Greetings, my fellow adventurers. It's Elara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary, where the echoes of courage and the whispers of ancient magic weave together a tale of determination, sacrifice, and the fight to protect what matters most. Tonight, I am thrilled to share with you the captivating story of Harry Potter, an Auror whose mission carried him into the depths of forgotten magic and a battle against those who would wield it for destruction. This is a story where ancient power and modern courage collide, and one wizard's resolve determines the fate of the wizarding world. So, find your coziest spot. Let the glow of flickering firelight and the hum of enchanted relics surround you, and prepare to journey into a world where the fight for justice and the unyielding strength of friendship illuminate the path through the shadows. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and which magical tales you'd love to hear next. If you'd like to support the channel, you can join the Griffin's Nest on Patreon for ad-free and background music-free versions of stories. Let's begin. The bustling atrium of the Ministry of Magic was a maze of activity, with witches and wizards moving about in a constant stream of robes and wands. Harry Potter, now in his late 20s, walked purposefully through the crowd, his Auror badge glinting on his chest. His unruly black hair was streaked with the faintest hints of gray, a testament to years of battles that never truly left him. The scar on his forehead, once a lightning bolt of pain and destiny, was now simply a mark, an echo of a life he was trying to leave behind. The Auror office was on the second floor, a bustling yet solemn place where battles against dark magic were planned and fought. Harry had joined the Auror ranks almost immediately after the Battle of Hogwarts. Though he hadn't intended to sit so long in the role, the pull of duty and the memory of the fallen had kept him here, even when his friends had moved on to other things. Ron Weasley, his closest companion in the field, had left the Auror office years ago to help George run Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Hermione had risen through the ranks of the Ministry and was now head of the Department for Magical Law Enforcement. And Ginny, Harry's anchor, had retired from professional Quidditch to focus on their children, James, Albus, and Lily. As Harry stepped into the Auror office, he immediately felt the familiar tension in the air. The walls were lined with moving wanted posters of dark wizards, some known, others faceless and shadowy. A large map of Britain marked with glowing points of magical activity dominated one wall. Harry's colleague, Susan Bones, stood beside it, her brow furrowed. "There's been another attack," Susan said as Harry approached. A small village in the Peak District. Wandless muggles were targeted. Harry's jaw tightened. These attacks had been happening sporadically for months now, uncoordinated and chaotic, but undeniably dangerous. The perpetrators left no trace, no calling card, but the violence spoke volumes. Whoever was behind them knew how to cover their tracks. "Any casualties?" Harry asked, his voice steady. Susan nodded grimly. 3 muggles and 1 wizard. The Muggle Protection Squad is cleaning up as we speak." "Who was the wizard?" Harry asked, his tone darkening. "Martin Gresham," Susan replied. "He was a curse breaker with Gringotts home on leave. Tried to fight back and paid the price." Harry felt the familiar weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. He had fought so hard for a world where this kind of thing wouldn't happen. But here it was, staring him in the face again. Harry had barely settled at his desk when the office door swung open, and Hermione entered, her sharp gaze scanning the room. She was still as commanding as ever, though her hair had been neatly tied back, and streaks of silver hinted at her years of tireless work. Her robes bore the insignia of her new role, a reminder of how far she'd come since their days as students at Hogwarts. "Harry," she said, her voice calm but firm. "We need to talk." "Is this about the Peak District attack?" Harry asked. Hermione shook her head. "Bigger than that. I've been reviewing some reports that crossed my desk. Things that shouldn't have been connected, but I've started to see a pattern." She placed a stack of parchments on his desk, each bearing detailed notes and maps. Harry glanced through them, recognizing the locations of recent attacks, each with a red X marked over it. "What are you seeing that we're not?" Harry asked, frowning. "These aren't random," Hermione said, her tone laced with certainty. "The villages targeted all have one thing in common: magical artifacts tied to old wizarding families. And not just any families, ones that played significant roles in the First Wizarding War." Harry leaned back, processing her words. "So, whoever's behind this isn't just attacking at random. They're looking for something." "Exactly," Hermione replied. "And I think I know what." She handed him another piece of parchment. It was a list of magical artifacts, some well-known, others obscure. At the top was a name Harry hadn't heard in years: the Scepter of Morgaine. "Is this what I think it is?" Harry asked. Hermione nodded. "An ancient artifact said to grant its wielder control over magical and non-magical beings alike. It was thought to be destroyed centuries ago, but there have always been rumors that fragments of it survived." "And you think someone's trying to reconstruct it?" Harry asked. "I do," Hermione said. "And if they succeed, the consequences could be catastrophic." Within hours, Harry and Susan were on their way to the Peak District. The village of Windmere was small, nestled among rolling hills and craggy peaks. Its cobblestone streets were eerily quiet, the air heavy with the residue of dark magic. The Muggle Protection Squad had done their job well. There were no signs of the attack, at least to non-magical eyes. But Harry could feel the lingering traces of malevolence in the air. They were joined by Auror Jacob Dawlish, a seasoned wizard with a sharp tongue and a reputation for being unshakable. Together, they canvassed the area, questioning witnesses and searching for clues. It wasn't long before they found something unusual. In the ruins of a small cottage at the edge of the village, Harry's attention was drawn to a charred wooden chest. Its contents had been destroyed, except for a single metal shard that glinted faintly in the light. Harry picked it up carefully, feeling a faint hum of magic resonate through his fingers. "What is it?" Susan asked. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But it's not just ordinary metal. This could be what they were after." As they continued their investigation, Harry noticed something else. A faint pattern etched into the shard, almost like runes. He couldn't decipher them, but they felt familiar, as though he'd seen them before in an old book or memory. Back at the Ministry, Harry brought the shard to Hermione, who immediately began examining it. She confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed a fragment of the scepter of Morgaine, but what concerned her most were the runes. "These are ancient Celtic runes," she said, "and they're not just decorative. They're part of a binding spell, one meant to control magical energy on a massive scale." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. If this is just a fragment, how dangerous could it be? On its own, not much, Hermione replied. But if someone gathers all the fragments and reassembles the scepter... She didn't need to finish the sentence. Harry knew what that kind of power could mean in the wrong hands. As Harry and his team delved deeper into the mystery, a name began to surface. One that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Aiden Caro, a distant relative of the infamous Caro siblings who had served Voldemort. Unlike his predecessors, Aiden was a charismatic figure, a skilled orator who had quietly gathered followers under the guise of restoring magical purity. Harry realized that this was no ordinary case. Aiden wasn't just hunting the fragments for power. He intended to use them to bring about a new era of magical dominance, one that would make Voldemort's vision seem like a footnote in history. For the first time in years, Harry felt the familiar weight of destiny pressing down on him. The battle wasn't over. Not yet. The Auror office was unusually quiet the morning after Harry's team returned from the Peak District. The discovery of the fragment and the mention of Aiden Caro had cast a somber mood over the team. Harry sat at his desk, poring over Hermione's notes on the scepter of Morgaine, while Susan and Dawlish worked nearby, sorting through reports of magical disturbances. "Any progress?" Susan asked, setting down a steaming cup of tea on Harry's desk. "Some," Harry said, not looking up. "The runes Hermione identified point to a specific Celtic lineage. Morgaine wasn't just a myth. She was a druid who existed during the early days of magical society. If these runes are part of her magic, it means whoever's hunting these fragments has access to knowledge far older than anything we've seen before." Susan frowned. "And Aiden Caro?" Harry leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "Hermione's trying to track his movements. So far, he's been clever, keeping his operations scattered and small enough to avoid major detection. But the fragments are the key. If we can find them before he does, we might stand a chance." Before Susan could respond, the office door burst open. Hermione entered, her expression tense, holding a rolled parchment in one hand and a book in the other. "I think I've found something," she said, spreading the parchment on Harry's desk. It was a map of Britain, marked with various locations tied to magical artifacts. Hermione tapped one particular spot near the Scottish Highlands. "Glenfinnan," she said. "It's been mentioned in multiple texts as a site where Morgaine's followers once performed powerful rituals. If there's another fragment of the scepter, it's likely there." Harry studied the map. "That's deep in dragon territory, isn't it?" "Precisely," Hermione said. "The Ministry has no jurisdiction there. It's considered neutral ground, governed by magical creatures. If Aiden's already on his way, he won't have to worry about interference." "And we can't wait for permission," Harry said. He stood, grabbing his wand and cloak. "We'll leave immediately." The journey to Glenfinnan was treacherous. Harry, Susan, and Dawlish apparated to a remote wizarding outpost near the edge of the Highlands, where they secured magical transportation in the form of enchanted brooms. The weather was unforgiving, with icy winds and heavy clouds obscuring the peaks as they flew. "Let's hope the dragons are in a good mood," Dawlish muttered, his voice barely audible over the wind. Harry didn't respond. His mind was focused on the task ahead. The Highlands were vast and wild, their magical energy palpable in the air. If the fragment was here, it would be well hidden. As they neared Glenfinnan, the landscape became more rugged. Snow-capped peaks loomed on either side, and the faint roar of distant waterfalls echoed through the valley. Harry motioned for the team to descend, landing on a rocky plateau that overlooked a vast, shimmering lake. "This is it," Harry said, pulling out the map Hermione had given him. "The ritual site should be just ahead." They moved cautiously, their wands drawn, the silence broken only by the crunch of their boots on the frozen ground. The closer they got to the site, the heavier the air seemed to grow, as though the land itself remembered the ancient magic performed here. Finally, they reached the site, a circle of standing stones, weathered and cracked, yet still radiating power. In the center of the circle lay an altar, partially covered in snow. As Harry approached, he felt a faint hum in the air, the same sensation he'd felt when he held the first fragment. "It's here," he said softly. As Susan and Dawlish began to search the area, Harry examined the altar. Carved into its surface were runes identical to those on the fragment they'd found in the Peak District. He traced them with his fingers, feeling a faint warmth beneath the icy surface. Before he could examine further, a sound broke the stillness. A low, guttural growl. Harry turned sharply, his wand at the ready, as a massive silhouette emerged from the shadows of the standing stones. A dragon, its scales shimmering like molten gold, stepped into the clearing, its eyes glowing with a predatory intensity. "Don't move," Dawlish whispered, his voice tight with fear. The dragon's gaze fixed on Harry, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Then, with a deafening roar, it lunged. Harry dove to the side, narrowly avoiding a blast of flame that scorched the ground where he'd stood. Susan and Dawlish scattered, firing stunning spells that glanced harmlessly off the dragon's scales. "It's guarding the fragment," Harry shouted, rolling to his feet. "We need to distract it." Susan conjured a barrier of ice, which the dragon shattered with a swipe of its massive claws. Dawlish sent a stream of sparks toward its eyes, momentarily blinding it. Taking advantage of the distraction, Harry sprinted toward the altar. The fragment lay hidden beneath a layer of frost, embedded in the stone. The dragon's gaze locked onto Harry as he approached the altar, its low growl reverberating through the clearing. He could feel the fragment's magic pulsing through the air, drawing him closer. His hand hovered over it, the runes glowing faintly beneath the frost. But something gave him pause. The dragon's aggression wasn't random. It was deliberate, protective. The rune's glow seemed to ripple in time with the dragon's movements, as though they were connected. "It's not just guarding it," Harry said slowly, his voice cutting through the tension. "It's bound to it." "What do you mean?" Susan asked, her wand still raised. "This fragment isn't just lying here. It's anchoring the dragon to this place. If we take it, we could break that bond, and I don't think the result will be pretty." The dragon's growl softened as Harry spoke, almost as if it understood. He took a step back, lowering his hand. "So, what do we do?" Dawlish asked, his wand still trained on the creature. "We leave it," Harry said, his voice firm. Removing it could destabilize the magic and send that dragon into a frenzy. Susan and Dawlish exchanged skeptical looks, but nodded, lowering their wands. As the team began to retreat, the runes on the altar dimmed, and the dragon let out a low, rumbling sigh before stepping back into the shadows. Back at the ministry, Harry placed the detailed report and a sketch of the runes on Hermione's desk. She barely looked up from her parchments, her brow furrowed. "We found the fragment," Harry said, his tone measured. "But we couldn't take it. The magic is tied to the land and the dragon. Removing it would have unleashed chaos." Hermione's eyes narrowed as she scanned the notes. "So it's not just a fragment. It's a stabilizer for ancient magic tied to the area." "Exactly," Harry said. "The dragon was likely part of whatever protections Morgaine's followers put in place centuries ago. Taking the fragment could destroy more than we realize." Before Hermione could respond, Harry added, "I've placed protective wards around the site. If Caro tries to access it, we'll know." He glanced at Susan and Dawlish, who nodded in agreement. Hermione looked up sharply, her voice firm. "That's a short-term solution, Harry. If Caro gets to another fragment before us, it won't matter how many wards you place. He'll have enough power to circumvent them." "We won't let him," Harry said, his voice steady, but his eyes dark with worry. "Where's the next lead?" Hermione hesitated, then pulled out a second map. "There's been increased magical activity near the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall. It could be coincidence, but—" Her voice trailed off. "It's not," Harry said decisively. "We'll leave first thing tomorrow." As he spoke, a gnawing unease settled in his chest. The fragments weren't just pieces of an ancient artifact. They were keys to a power that could reshape the wizarding world. And Caro was getting closer. The journey to Tintagel began at dawn. The cliffs of Cornwall, rugged and ancient, loomed against the backdrop of the stormy sea, as Harry, Susan, and Dawlish apparated to a secluded beach below the famed ruins. The salty tang of the ocean air mingled with the faint hum of lingering magic in the air, setting an ominous tone for their mission. The ruins of Tintagel Castle were a site steeped in legend, its history intertwined with stories of King Arthur and Merlin. Though largely ignored by Muggles as a mere tourist attraction, the wizarding world whispered of its true significance. A sanctuary of ancient magical artifacts, long since forgotten by modern wizards. If there was another fragment of Morgaine's scepter, it could easily be hidden here. Hermione's research had pointed them to a specific location beneath the castle, an underground passage rumored to lead to a hidden chamber. This chamber, she theorized, might contain not only a fragment, but also clues to aid in Caro's plans. "We need to move quickly," Harry said, pulling his cloak tighter against the coastal wind. "If Caro's already here, we can't afford to waste time." Susan nodded, her wand at the ready. Dawlish gave a curt grunt, his eyes scanning the cliffs for any sign of danger. Navigating the crumbling remains of the castle was treacherous. Loose stones threatened to give way beneath their feet, and the sharp wind howled through the ruins, like a warning. Susan was the first to notice it. A faint shimmer near the base of the western tower, barely visible against the jagged rocks. "Over here!" she called, pointing her wand at the shimmering area. As Harry and Dawlish joined her, the shimmering grew brighter, revealing an intricately carved archway that had been concealed by a disillusionment charm. "Classic concealment," Dawlish muttered. "Amateurs." Harry ignored him, focusing on the runes etched into the stone. They bore a striking resemblance to the ones on the altar in Glenfinnan, but these seemed older, more intricate. He traced them with his fingers, feeling a faint pulse of magic beneath the surface. "This is it," he said. "The passage is sealed, but we should be able to break through." Susan stepped forward, her wand moving in a precise pattern. "Alohomora won't work on something this old. Let me try." She muttered an incantation under her breath, and the runes began to glow softly. With a low rumble, the archway opened, revealing a dark, narrow staircase descending into the earth. Harry led the way, his wand lighting the path ahead. The air grew colder as they descended, and the sound of the crashing waves faded into silence. The passage opened into a wide chamber, its walls lined with shelves of ancient tomes and artifacts. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it lay another fragment of the scepter, its faint glow casting eerie shadows across the walls. Before Harry could approach the fragment, a low hum filled the chamber, growing louder with each passing moment. The air shimmered, and an ancient voice echoed around them. "Who dares disturb the sanctuary of Morgaine?" Harry froze. The voice wasn't human. It seemed to come from the very walls of the chamber. Susan and Dawlish raised their wands, their eyes scanning the room for the source of the sound. "We mean no harm," Harry said, his voice steady. "We seek to protect what lies here." The voice laughed, a deep, echoing sound that sent chills down Harry's spine. "Protection or possession, only the worthy may approach." As the voice faded, the chamber began to shift. The walls shimmered, and the ground beneath their feet transformed into a vast expanse of jagged rocks and swirling mist. The fragment remained on the pedestal, but it was now surrounded by an invisible barrier. "What's happening?" Dawlish demanded, his wand raised. "It's a test," Susan said, her voice tense. "Ancient magic. We have to prove our worth." Harry stepped forward cautiously. The moment he did, the ground beneath him trembled, and a figure emerged from the mist, a shimmering, translucent projection of Morgaine herself. Her eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and her voice was both commanding and cold. "To take the fragment is to claim its power," she said. "But power without wisdom brings destruction. Prove your resolve or perish." Morgaine raised her hand, and the mist coalesced into 3 separate forms, each a reflection of a moment from Harry's past. The first was a younger version of himself, standing in the forbidden forest, prepared to face Voldemort. The second was Cedric Diggory, lying lifeless in the graveyard where Voldemort had risen again. The third was Sirius Black, falling through the veil in the Department of Mysteries. Harry's breath caught in his throat. These weren't just memories. They were manifestations of his greatest failures and sacrifices. "What do you see?" Susan asked, her voice distant. Harry realized she couldn't see what he was seeing. "My past," he said quietly. "It's testing me." "Face them," Morgaine's voice commanded. "Only by embracing your pain can you claim the power to protect others." Harry stepped toward the figures, his heart pounding. The younger version of himself stared back at him with defiance, while Cedric's lifeless form seemed to accuse him silently. Sirius's figure was the hardest to face, his eyes filled with a mix of regret and understanding. "I couldn't save you," Harry said, his voice trembling. "But I won't let those sacrifices be in vain." As he spoke, the figures began to fade, replaced by a soft golden light. Morgaine's voice returned, softer this time. "You carry the weight of the past, but you do not let it define you. You are worthy." The mist dissipated, and the chamber returned to normal. The barrier around the fragment vanished, and Harry stepped forward, carefully picking it up. Unlike the first fragment, this one felt warm, its energy pulsing gently in his hand. As they ascended back to the surface, Susan glanced nervously over her shoulder. "That was intense. Do you think the others will be like that?" "Probably," Harry said, pocketing the fragment. "But we'll deal with it when we get there." When they emerged from the passage, the storm had worsened. Rain lashed against the cliffs, and the wind howled with a ferocity that made it difficult to stand. Harry paused, scanning the horizon. Something felt wrong. "We're not alone," he said, his hand tightening around his wand. A figure stepped out from the shadows of the ruins, cloaked and hooded. Though his face was obscured, the arrogance in his stance was unmistakable. "Aiden Caro," Harry said, his voice steady. Caro chuckled, his voice cold and mocking. "You're too late, Potter. The pieces are already falling into place." Before Harry could respond, Caro raised his wand, and a blast of dark magic surged toward them. Harry barely managed to deflect it, the force of the spell sending him staggering back. By the time he regained his footing, Caro was gone, leaving only the echo of his laughter on the wind. Back at the ministry, Harry recounted the encounter to Hermione, who listened intently. "He's watching us," Harry said. "He knows what we're doing." "Which means he's already ahead," Hermione replied. "We need to move faster. The next fragment won't wait for us." Harry nodded, the weight of the fragment in his pocket a constant reminder of the stakes. The battle was only just beginning, and the path ahead was more dangerous than ever. The encounter with Aiden Caro left an ominous shadow lingering over Harry and his team. Back at the ministry, Hermione's war room was a flurry of activity as they prepared for the next leg of the hunt. The fragment, recovered from Tintagel, now sat in a protective case, glowing faintly with ancient energy. Despite their progress, a growing sense of unease crept into every conversation. Caro's confidence, and his ominous claim that the pieces are falling into place, weighed heavily on Harry's mind. Harry stood at the table in Hermione's office, tracing his finger over a map of Britain dotted with magical sites. Each marked location represented a potential fragment or a clue about the scepter of Morgaine. Hermione and Susan were deep in discussion, while Dawlish leaned against the wall, his face grim. "Anything new from the Department of Mysteries?" Harry asked without looking up. Hermione shook her head. "No leads. Their archives on Morgaine's artifacts are sparse at best. Everything else is locked behind centuries of secrecy." "Then we need to focus on what we do know." Harry said, straightening. We have 2 fragments. If Caro is ahead of us, we need to think like him. Where would he go next? Hermione pointed to a location marked near Stonehenge. This area is rich in ancient magic. Some texts suggest it was once a convergence point for magical ley lines, used by druids for rituals. If another fragment is out there, it could be hidden somewhere within the radius of these ley lines. Dawlish frowned. That's a vast area to cover. He could have already beaten us there. Not if we start now, Harry said firmly. We can't afford to waste time. The journey to Stonehenge brought the team face to face with a land steeped in magical history. Arriving near dusk, they apparated just outside the main tourist area, avoiding the Muggle crowds. The ancient stone stood silhouetted against the fiery horizon, a solemn reminder of the mysteries buried beneath the surface. This doesn't feel right, Susan murmured as they approached the site. The air was thick with magic, the kind that prickled at the edges of the senses. Harry nodded. Keep your wands ready. If Caro's been here, we'll know. Hermione's map had pinpointed an area just south of the main structure, a grove of trees untouched by time. The team moved cautiously through the grove, their footsteps muffled by the dense undergrowth. It didn't take long before they found it. A clearing with a single standing stone in the center, marked with the same runes they had seen at Glenfinnan and Tintagel. This has to be it, Hermione said, kneeling to examine the runes. They're active. Someone's been here recently. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. Then, we're not alone. Before anyone could respond, a deafening crack echoed through the clearing. Black-robed figures emerged from the shadows, their wands drawn. Caro's followers. Harry counted at least 6, their faces hidden beneath hoods, their movements precise and coordinated. Potter, one of them sneered, his voice laced with contempt. You're meddling in matters far beyond your understanding. Harry didn't hesitate. Stupefy, he shouted, sending a jet of red light toward the speaker. The spell hit its mark, and the figure crumpled to the ground. The clearing erupted into chaos. Spells lit up the darkening sky, their colors flashing like fireworks. Harry dodged a stunning spell and returned fire, narrowly missing one of the attackers. Susan and Dawlish moved in tandem, their training evident as they deflected curses and retaliated with precision. Protect the stone, Harry shouted, positioning himself between the standing stone and the attackers. One of the robed figures broke through their defenses, raising his wand toward the stone. Incendio! Flames erupted around the stone, but instead of consuming it, the fire was absorbed into the runes, causing them to glow brighter. The ground beneath them trembled, and a deafening roar filled the air. Stop him! Hermione yelled, casting a shield charm to protect the group. Harry lunged forward, tackling the attacker before he could cast another spell. The two grappled on the ground, but Harry's years of training as an Auror gave him the edge. With a swift movement, he disarmed the man and sent him flying with a well-placed spell. As the last of Caro's followers fled into the shadows, the runes on the stone pulsed with a blinding light. The ground shook violently, and cracks appeared in the stone's surface. Slowly, a fragment emerged from within, hovering in the air. Another fragment, Hermione said, her voice a mix of awe and relief. But before Harry could reach for it, the air shimmered, and a figure apparated into the clearing. Aiden Caro. His presence was commanding, his wand already raised, a smirk playing on his lips. "Impressive," Caro said, his tone mocking. "You've done all the hard work for me." "Stay back," Harry warned, his wand trained on Caro. Caro laughed. "You think you can stop me, Potter? You don't even understand what you're holding. Morgaine's power is far beyond anything you've faced before." Without warning, Caro cast a spell that sent Harry hurtling backward. Susan and Dawlish rushed to defend him, but Caro was quick, deflecting their attacks with ease. Hermione stepped forward, her wand glowing as she prepared a counterattack. "Enough!" Caro bellowed, his voice amplified by magic. The force of his shout sent a shockwave through the clearing, knocking everyone to the ground. He reached for the fragment, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Just as Caro's hand closed around the fragment, Harry forced himself to his feet, his wand trembling in his hand. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he cast a spell that struck the fragment, causing it to emit a blinding light. Caro recoiled, dropping the fragment as it burned his hand. Harry seized the opportunity, diving forward and grabbing the fragment. The moment his hand closed around it, a surge of energy coursed through him, and the clearing fell silent. Caro glared at him, his expression dark. "This isn't over, Potter," he said, before apparating away, his followers vanishing with him. Back at the Ministry, Hermione examined the fragment, her face pale. "This one is different," she said. "The magic is stronger, more unstable. The more fragments we gather, the more dangerous they become." Harry leaned against the desk, exhaustion etched into his features. "Caro won't stop. We need to find the remaining fragments before he does." Hermione nodded. "The next location is already marked," she said, pointing to a spot on the map. "But we'll need more than luck this time. He's getting stronger." As Harry stared at the map, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The scepter of Morgaine was no longer just a legend. It was a weapon, and the battle to control it was only just beginning. The Ministry of Magic was a hive of tension as Harry, Hermione, Susan, and Dawlish gathered for their final briefing. The air was heavy with unspoken urgency as Hermione unfurled a map on the long oak table in her office. It displayed the final suspected location of the last fragment of the Scepter of Morgaine, an ancient, abandoned monastery on the northernmost cliffs of Ireland, perched above the raging Atlantic. "This is it," Hermione said, her voice steady, but tinged with apprehension. "The monastery was once a stronghold for magical druids. It's the last place where Morgaine herself was said to have performed her most powerful rituals. If the final fragment exists, it's there." Harry leaned over the map, his fingers brushing the parchment. "And Caro?" Hermione nodded grimly. "He'll be there. The fragments he's already gathered will draw him to the final one. This is where it ends." The team apparated to the base of the cliffs, where the winds howled like a chorus of banshees. The remains of the monastery loomed above them, its silhouette jagged and foreboding against the overcast sky. The path to the ruins was treacherous, with narrow, crumbling stone steps winding their way up the cliffs. Harry led the way, his wand illuminating the path as they ascended. The ocean roared far below, the waves crashing against the rocks with relentless fury. Every step felt like a trial, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. As they reached the monastery's entrance, they paused. The stone doors were adorned with ancient runes, glowing faintly in the dim light. Hermione stepped forward, her wand tracing the runes. "These are protection spells," she said. "Old and powerful. It's meant to keep intruders out." "Can you break them?" Harry asked. Hermione nodded. "It'll take time." As she began her work, Dawlish and Susan stood watch, their wands at the ready. Harry scanned the cliffs below, half expecting to see Caro and his followers appear at any moment. The tension was suffocating. Finally, with a low rumble, the doors swung open, revealing the monastery's interior. The air was thick with the scent of age and decay, and the faint glow of magical energy seemed to pulse from the walls. The team moved cautiously through the monastery's dark halls, their footsteps echoing off the stone. The path led them to a vast chamber at the heart of the ruins. At its center stood a pedestal, and on it rested the final fragment of the scepter. The runes carved into the pedestal glowed brightly, casting eerie shadows across the room. "This is it," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. Before they could move closer, the sound of footsteps echoed behind them. They turned as Aiden Caro and his followers entered the chamber, their wands drawn. Caro's eyes gleamed with triumph as he stepped forward, the fragments he'd already gathered glowing faintly at his side. "You've done well, Potter," Caro said, his voice dripping with mockery. "But you're too late. The power of the scepter belongs to me." "You don't know what you're dealing with, Caro," Harry said, his wand aimed at the dark wizard. "This isn't power you can control." Caro laughed. "And you think you can? You're just as blind as Dumbledore was. Power belongs to those who dare to take it." The chamber erupted into chaos as spells flew in every direction. Harry and Caro dueled at the center of the room, their wands emitting flashes of light as their spells clashed. Susan and Dawlish engaged Caro's followers, their teamwork keeping the attackers at bay. Hermione, meanwhile, worked her way toward the pedestal, her focus entirely on the fragment. She could feel its magic pulsing, stronger than anything she'd encountered before. It wasn't just a piece of the scepter, it was the heart of its power. Caro's laughter echoed through the chamber as he unleashed a barrage of dark magic. Harry barely managed to deflect it, the force of the spells pushing him back. But he refused to give ground. "You think you're strong enough to stop me, Potter?" Caro sneered. "You've spent your life fighting, but you've never understood what it means to win." "I understand enough," Harry shot back, his voice steady despite the strain. "Power without purpose is meaningless." With a surge of determination, Harry cast a disarming spell that knocked Caro's wand from his hand. But before he could press his advantage, Caro reached for the fragments at his side, their glow intensifying as he channeled their power. The fragments began to rise, their energy converging above the pedestal. Caro's laughter grew louder as the fragments fused into a single, glowing scepter. The chamber shook violently, the air crackling with raw magic. Hermione shouted, "Harry, we have to stop him. If the scepter stabilizes, it'll be unstoppable." Harry didn't hesitate. He charged toward Caro, his wand emitting a beam of light that struck the scepter. The force of the impact sent both men sprawling to the ground, but the scepter's energy continued to grow, filling the chamber with blinding light. Realizing there was no other way, Harry reached for the scepter, his hand trembling as he grasped its handle. The moment he touched it, he felt the overwhelming weight of its power, a force that threatened to consume him. But instead of succumbing, he focused every ounce of his will on containing the energy. "Hermione," he shouted, "I need you to bind it. Now." Hermione nodded, her wand moving in a complex pattern as she chanted an incantation. The runes on the pedestal began to glow, forming a barrier around the scepter. The energy crackled and surged, but slowly the light began to fade. With a final burst of magic, the scepter shattered into countless shards, its power dissipating into the air. The chamber fell silent, the oppressive energy replaced by an almost serene calm. Caro lay unconscious, his followers either defeated or fled. Harry dropped to his knees, exhaustion washing over him. Hermione rushed to his side, her expression a mix of relief and concern. Back at the ministry, the shattered fragments of the scepter were placed in a secure vault, warded with the most powerful enchantments known to wizardkind. Caro was imprisoned, his plans thwarted. In Hermione's office, the team gathered one final time. Susan raised a glass of butterbeer, her smile weary but genuine. "To the end of Morgaine's scepter." "To the end?" Harry said, his voice quiet. But as he looked at the fragments, he couldn't shake the feeling that their victory was only temporary. The power of Morgaine's magic was too great to be forgotten, and he knew that one day someone else might try to claim it. For now, though, the world was safe. And that was enough. As the tale of Harry Potter and his perilous journey to prevent the rise of an ancient and dangerous power draws to a close, let this story remind us of the strength found in unity, the courage to stand against darkness, and the wisdom to wield power with purpose. Through Harry's unwavering resolve and the bonds forged with his allies, we discover that even when faced with impossible odds, the light of hope and justice can prevail. Thank you for joining me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the echoes of bravery, the glow of triumph over darkness, and the endless promise of new magical journeys waiting to spark your imagination. Good night.